Good morning and welcome to the monthly Scenic Rim Regional Council Ordinary Meeting for Wednesday the 29th of April 2026, which I now declare open. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the lands in which we meet and pay respect to elders past, present and future. I believe we have a full attendance today with no apologies. And now welcome online with us Pastor Josh Cox for prayers. Good morning, Pastor Josh.
Good morning, Mayor Sharp and councillors and staff. Sorry I can't be in attendance with you today, but I did think I better present myself to this prayer meeting given the performance and the missed opportunity I had at the dawn service in Burdizza. But anyway,
Don't concern yourself, Pastor. These things happen.
That's good. Well, I was only relieved by the fact that I wasn't the only one, I think. So anyway, I love this time of the year, particularly because of the crisp mornings and the stunning days that we're having. And unfortunately, for you, you're inside a building and I'm outside loading some hay at the moment and enjoying the beautiful sun. But this is the time of the year for the sunrise and sunsets that are often pretty amazing. It does remind me of Psalm 19, the heavens declare the glory of God and the sky above proclaims his handiwork. So with that in mind, I just want to open this meeting in prayer, so let's pray together. Dear gracious God, Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord, for this day. Thank you for your creation. Thank you, Lord, for your design and your handiwork. And Lord, you have entrusted your creation to our care. And so, Lord, our prayer is that you would give us wisdom and guidance. Lord, as councillors, as part of the council community, as part of the local community, Lord, we all have a part in that, of course. So we pray, Lord, for this meeting now. Lord, we ask for that you would direct the discussions and decisions, help all those who are in the process of that, councillors and staff, to see beyond themselves and beyond their time in their roles, Lord, and we ask and pray for your hand be upon them. And Lord, we thank you for this opportunity. And so we just commit this day, especially commit this meeting to you now. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. And thank you, Pastor. And thank you for the picture that you painted in terms of loading or gathering hay. It's very representative of the Scenic Rim in terms of the beautiful weather that we got today, and some of the activities that go throughout our region is really a statement of who we are. And thank you for your prayers and everything that you do, not disregarding Anzac Day dawn service. It has its challenges, and we know you do so much throughout the region every day.
Appreciate that.
And Pastor, can we just say congratulations? I hear your son got married. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct. So that was on Friday, and that was probably part of the reason why I slept through my alarms. It was a late night, and I did have 3 alarms set. And anyway, but yes, it was our son's wedding, which I had the privilege of officiating. So that was on Friday afternoon night at Tambourine.
Wonderful, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pastor Josh, we'll let you get back to getting your schedule back on track.
Thank you. Thank you. See you then. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Now turn to question time. Questions on notice to the CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, question put forward by Mr Nigel Wastel. Thank you for submitting the questions regarding traffic management for consideration at the public question time. I'm pleased to provide the following response. Question 1, under what legislation is Council obligated to provide stop-and-go personnel when other activities like Energex and their contractors do not appear to have such an obligation? Response to legislation that requires Council to assess a workplace and to initiate the necessary controls to manage the workplace are identified within the Work Health and Safety Act 2011. This establishes a framework for ensuring work safety in Queensland. It is designed to provide a consistent approach to work health and safety across Australia, promoting the highest level of protection against health and safety risks in the workplace. Other documents that are referenced to manage this risk in the workplace with regard to traffic management are the Traffic Management for Construction or Maintenance Work Code of Practice 2008, Ausroads Guide to Temporary Traffic Management, Australian Standard 1742.1, Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, Traffic Management of Works on Roads, March 2025, Department of Transport and Main Roads, Queensland Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, November 2023, Queensland Guide to Temporary Traffic Management, July 2024. Council cannot comment on your observations relating to Energex or its contractors. Question 2, how much did Council budget in 2025-26 financial year for the services of the stop and go personnel, and is Council keeping to budget? Response, traffic control requirements are included in the budget for each project as required. For the current financial year, a total of $1.6 million has been funded by Council for capital and maintenance projects across the local government area. The cost for traffic management on externally funded projects include disaster recovery works funded by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority and work on the Queensland State Road Network funded by the Department of Transport and Main Roads has totalled $2.253841 million.
Might just add to that and note the intent of the question from the questionnaire, I think, is quite a valid one and does concern the people of this region that we're seeing undue. Is the approach consistent in terms of the risk and in terms of the populations that it affects? These matters have been brought to the attention of the state government previously by smaller regional councils, not only ourselves, and also Somerset, to have the government get a better understanding in terms of how they qualify consistent approach, and that work is ongoing. And thank the constituent for the question. I think it is a valid point. Whereas, are we fully appreciating the risk versus an undue expense in our regions? Thank you. Move to item 6, declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest by members.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Cryer.
Yes, thank you. I have a declarable conflict of interest for item 11.3 MCU 23/090 development permit for material change of use for animal keeping at 1 to 9 Donald Court, Tamborine, described as lot 51 RP 185808, due to being part of a local community group who made a submission about this development application before I became elected. I will therefore leave the room and take no part in any discussions on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm declaring a conflict of interest prescribed for item 12.2, land acquisitions for capital works project vote, as it will be held in confidential matters, and I will not take part in the discussion, and I will leave the room for any other discussions on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Nothing further. Move to item 7. There are no announcements. There is no mayoral minute this morning. Moving to 8. Item 8, I believe there are no deputations or petitions. Move to item 9, confirmation of the minutes. Could I have a member from the floor? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I recommend that the minutes of I recommend that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 31st of March 2026 be adopted. Thank you.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I put it to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Move to item 11.1 and call upon Councillor McGuinness. Sorry, before you do, I do believe item 10, there is no business arising. No, thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Thank you, Mayor. It seemed to just disappear there. They would not be operator error, I'm sure. Yes, Mayor, it gives me pleasure to introduce 11.1 Australian Local Government Association 2026 National General Assembly to be held in Canberra. It will be held from the 23rd to the 25th of June. Council is to consider authorising an interested councillor or councillors to attend. I will have something more to say on it, but the recommendation is that one council authorise an interested councillor or councillors to attend the Australian Local Government Association's National General Assembly to be held in Canberra from the 23rd to the 25th of July 2026. June, sorry. I was reading ahead. To council consent to its authorised attendees, attendee or attendees exercising voting rights that reflect council's adopted policies and strategies, and 3, council authorised payment of all reasonable costs incurred by the attendees in relation to the attendance at this event, including travel, accommodation and incidentals, noting the estimated cost of attendance per person is $3,453, GST inclusive. I so move, Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Are there any questions? Councillor Hay?
Yeah,
Yes.
If I may just a few more words to it, Mayor, to introduce it.
Please.
This is probably, maybe not every year, but most years in the last 4 years, we have sent someone, a councillor, at least one, and I think one is sufficient, myself, to go to Canberra. We've got some resolutions down to that conference, and I think it would be a good idea if we were represented there. It's actually, and like most conferences, you learn just as much talking to other people from around the area, and in the resolution it's not saying who should go, but I think it's worthwhile council having a representative there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a question on why it's worded in number 1 that we authorise an interested councillor rather than the mayor or the deputy mayor, who would be best positioned to address any of the 4 motions that we've put forward that we're yet to hear if they've been accepted for discussion or not. I'm not sure that it's appropriate for a councillor to go to such high-level conference. And the last time anyone attended, it was Mayor Greg Christensen and Deputy Mayor Jeff McConnell. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. To the CEO.
So, through you, can you just repeat the question you were asking? You're asking, authorise an interested councillor or councillors. It's a pro forma report that we've put up previously.
Okay, I'm just concerned that an interested councillor doesn't necessarily capture the level of engagement that may be required if our motions need to be discussed and supported in that forum.
Through Mr Mayor, I believe there's 4 recommendations or motions that have been put forward. Those were coordinated by the Director of Corporate and Community Services through consultation. They were put up to council at the last council meeting and received support going through from there. I don't think anyone voted against them that I can recall. So, councillors, if you wish to change the words around how it reads, authorise an interested councillor or councillors, it's simply come out of a pro forma document.
Councillor Moriarty.
Pardon me. Thank you, Chair. Question for the CEO, if I may. Is the CEO able to advise which councillors have already expressed an interest in attending the conference?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in what way a couple of councillors have said, maybe that's something I'm interested in, maybe that's something I'm not interested in. So Councillor Sanders has expressed interest previously. The document, as it reads, indicates that other councillors in the past have also put their hands up to go along.
Okay. So my next question also to the CEO is the CEO aware of the Local Government Act, Chapter 2, Part 2, Section 12, that states that the Mayor has some extra responsibilities in his role in addition to other councillors, one of which is being the official spokesperson of the local government about the local government matters. And 5A, a councillor who is not the Mayor may perform the Mayor's extra responsibilities only if the Mayor delegates the responsibility to the councillor. Now, given that the report states that should any council's motions be accepted for debate at the NGA, a council representative must be available to present the motions. Failure to present any motions would be a lost opportunity for council to advocate and get involved in significant matters at a national level. If you are aware of that requirement under the Act, that the Mayor is the official spokesperson of the council and only the Mayor can delegate that authority to another person, why has a motion been presented to councillors for a vote that is in breach of the Local Government Act?
Through Mr Mayor, I don't believe it's in breach of the Local Government Act. There are other policies operated by council that's under the acceptable request guidelines, and there's also, I think that's where it is, which outlines that councillors can ask to attend. I'd need to go and have it. You haven't got that document in front of you, have you? I haven't got the document in front, but it basically indicates that councillors can request to attend. You're right. The Mayor can also dictate as to who he or she would think is the most appropriate person.
So who or which councillors did the CEO consult with or receive input from before formulating the motion, and was the Mayor consulted?
Through Mr Mayor, I believe everyone was consulted when we put up the motions to be considered in the report that went up to council last council meeting with the four different motions put up.
Has the Mayor been consulted as to who will attend, or will he be consulted to speak on his behalf at the National Assembly?
So I haven't followed that up. I'm waiting for the outcome. Sorry, Councillor.
I know that we brushed over this a little bit before, CEO, but I am very concerned with the motion as it stands, because what we're being asked to vote on as a council, I'm being asked to vote on what I consider to be a breach of the Local Government Act. And it would appear that there's being an attempt to ask councillors to vote to fetter the meaning of the Act, which I've stated previously is quite simply that the Mayor is the official spokesperson and councillors can't vote to delegate that responsibility to someone else. That would be in breach of the Local Government Act. I would consider that a much more appropriate motion for part 1 only in the motion be changed would be that should any of council's motions be accepted for debate at the National General Assembly, then the council authorises the Mayor or the Mayor's delegate, as per the Local Government Act, to attend the Australian Local Government Association's National General Assembly to be held in Canberra from the 23rd to the 25th of June 2026. That would be a lawful motion and not in breach of the Local Government Act.
Okay, Councillor, so you're putting that forward as an amendment to that you'd like to put to Councillor McGuinness, considered for consideration?
Oh, absolutely. It seems a logical way to word it. If the Mayor's not attending and speaking, fulfilling his duty as the official spokesperson of council, then it's his delegate. It's the Mayor's decision. He gets to go. It's not up to the councils. They can't override the Act. And any attempt to do so is unlawful.
Can you
Can I
just,
make comment, please?
just be, okay, so if we could just hold for 1 sec, could you just type the words up so that the councillor McInnes can see it? And then I refer to councillor,
Sorry, is that the one?
councillor Chalk, are you got a question you want to talk to against the motion, or do you want to ask a question? Just checking with you.
I was going to make a comment about the comments just made. We have
Well, fulfil that as a talking to for or against the motion, or do you want to rephrase it as a question?
I'll let the amendment be put and then I'll make comments on the amendment.
It's just the first paragraph, isn't it? Yeah, just the first paragraph. So that's the.
Did you want to consider that, councillor McInnes?
I don't think, I look at the wording that's there now and I don't have a problem with that. I don't believe it to be in breach of the local government law. If, yeah, I take the point from Councillor Moriarty that it's, the mayor has the ability to select someone else if he isn't going to attend, but it's, so often we've done this time and time again, that whether it be a councillor, a mayor, deputy mayor, if they're not going, council usually votes on we give authorisation for so-and-so to attend a conference, no matter what that conference might be.
If I may, Chair, just respond to that comment. The issue is not, we're not actually voting.
Hang on, councillor, if you would. I've asked for a response. What are we going to do in terms of proposed amendment?
If the amendment is put, then the mover and seconder would consider whether they're prepared to accept that amendment. If not, then the motion that is on the table will be voted on.
Well played, councillor.
Councillor, excuse me, councillor, could we get have a bit of order?
So the amendment is not accepted by the mover,
Which he's basically stated he's not accepting.
then the motion that is on the table is voted.
I just have a question, Mr Mayor, too, please, if I wouldn't mind.
Question?
We've had 5 days to go through this. If there was a breach of the local government, of the Government Act, and absolutely want to make sure that we always comply with the Local Government Act, surely we would have had that investigated, and rather than playing that out in the public right now, we would have had an answer on whether it was a breach or not. I truly don't believe it is. I've seen this option and motion come up several times, and we've voted on it previously, but suddenly because I've put my hand up, it seems to be a breach. But I'm happy to proceed, but I would have liked to have had that answered prior to the meeting. That would be nice.
Okay, you've made a statement because you've singled yourself out. I'm not sure that that is the issue that's been raised. But putting the question back to Councillor Moriarty why this wasn't raised, Councillor Sanders is suggesting this hasn't been raised before today. Councillor Moriarty?
Thank you, Chair. I did send an email to all councillors and the CEO on Monday raising the issue of more appropriate wording that recognise the Mayor as the official spokesperson of the council, and also asking the question about when we would know whether any of our motions had been accepted for debate at the National General Assembly. I did not receive any response from any councillor or any councillor officer to that email, so I certainly flagged my concerns. Since that time, I have gone back to the Act and looked into the Act, and that's the reason for raising it this morning in the forum. I personally can't support the current the motion as presented. I would be very uncomfortable in voting because I do believe it's in breach of the Local Government Act.
Thank you. And Councillor McInnes, you've taken on board Councillor Moriarty's proposed amendment.
Yeah.
And your response to that?
Yeah, as I said, Mayor, I don't think it should be changed from where it is. I think that's what we've been done before. I take there can be an interpretation of there. I don't think we're in breach of the Act. That's purely my opinion. I'm not a solicitor, and I don't pretend to be, but that's my interpretation of it, that I don't believe we're in the... we as a council vote on this, and whether we agree or not, that's what it is, yeah.
Mayor, if I could just add one comment. The issue, if the motion was just to send a councillor or for a councillor to attend the conference, there'd be no issue with it. The issue arises because of part 2, which is should any of council's motions be accepted, then council authorises the attendee, whoever that is, to present and or speak to and or vote on behalf of the mayor. That's where the issue lies. So no problem with a councillor attending the conference, just have the issue with a councillor who's not the mayor's delegate being authorised to carry out those functions of the mayor at the conference.
I'll take that as your proposed amended motion, councillor. And do we have a seconder to your proposed amendment?
Just have a moment to read through it.
Sure.
I have a question.
Yes, councillor Cryer.
Can you scroll back up a little bit, please?
Well,
oh, no, that's fine. Thank you, Sharon. Council authorising, number 1, council authorising interested councillor or councillors. The mayor or the deputy mayor are still technically councillors. So it's sort of going around in circles. Ooh, sorry, Steve.
Can I respond to that question?
Well, before you do, what is the question, councillor Cryer?
Yeah, good point. That it's the council's authorising an interested councillor or councillors, and the mayor and deputy mayor are councillors. So why do we actually have to have the mayor, the council authorise the mayor or the mayor's delegate? Is the question in this that it's the problem with it is that the mayor needs to delegate it, or is it just the problem that council is authorising? I'm a little unclear.
In the proposed amendment or the original motion?
Oh, why it is proposed in light of...
I think it probably raises a bigger point, councillor, and let me put it this way. It's an open slather motion. What it says is council authorise an interested councillor or councillors. So if they put their hand up, if 7 councillors put their hand up at $3,500 a pop, this motion authorises all of them to attend. And I think that is in itself,
Absolutely.
as a response to your question, is, for want of a better word, somewhat a nonsense. And that it seriously does need rewording, but I refer that back to Councillor McGuinness.
Mayor, if you were that worried about 7 of us going, which I don't think in my wildest dreams I would think that would happen, we could drop the words "or councillors" there.
I think
Just to take that option out of it, if it was such a big deal sort of thing. But yeah, I technically you are right. Yeah.
to answer your question, I'm not so much concerned about what evolves from it. What I'm concerned about the motion, and the people in the media that record these things, as they should, for the public. There's an expression in French there is a legal term called cooking up your own cuisine in light of the laws that are laid down, and moving away from the recipe. I think the state legislation, even though there might be too much of it, does give a pathway and a reason why it's there. Councillor Moriarty highlights that. I ask the question is the point is that these motions go on record, and is the motion to be better presented and presented in line with the legislation I would encourage, and I would encourage Councillor McInnes, if you might like to, if you don't wish to consider the amendment, to consider amending your motion to better reflect an intent and an outcome that is more in line with the legislation and that is more applicable to good governance and managing the people's interests.
As I said, Mayor, by not having the word "all councillors" in there, I believe that that does restrict it to one councillor going. So, but we've got a motion, a proposed motion put forward by Councillor Moriarty, and we should be voting on that, I suppose. Yeah, and that to be lodged to pursue it.
Do we have a seconder to the motion?
Just scroll down so we see the rest of it. I'll second it.
Councillor Hay.
So the amendment, you're seconding the amendment, the proposed, yeah? Let me just work that up.
Can I ask another question?
Certainly, Councillor
When
Cryer.
appropriate. So, with the amendment, this is all based on whether the motions are accepted for debate at the NGA. So, if the motions are not accepted, then no one will attend, even though representation from the council would probably be important.
Councillor Moriarty. The question's to you.
Further to your comment earlier, Mayor, about the current state of the economy, cost of living, and the fact that, you know, council spent a good few hours yesterday and will spend a good few hours tomorrow trying to reconcile a budget which is in somewhat dire straits. I doubt they would pass the pub test to incur the expense associated with sending any one councillor to this conference in Canberra, 4 nights accommodation, 4-day, 3-day, 4 nights accommodation in Canberra. I think the ratepayers of the Scenic would find that a bit hard to swallow. And the only rationale I can see, given that the report states that should any council's motions be accepted, a council representative must be available to present the motions. Given that's the rationale for the motion, I would find it hard to reconcile voting for anyone to attend if we don't have any motions to be spoken to or presented.
Thank you, Councillor. I think just to clarify, you made the suggestion I'd made a comment possibly today. That may confuse the gallery and the public at home. When this subject was circulated, not as a discussion piece, but in a series of emails, I made comments in relation to the performance of council and the state of the economy and the cost of living crisis, which I'll talk to in the debate to make that point clear. But I think Councillor Cryer is aware of those previous comments in an email.
Thank you, Mayor. I am aware of these comments. Again, I'd like to ask the question, is it not important for council to be representative at the largest annual gathering of the local government leaders in Australia for its people of the community?
Councillor Moriarty. Or are you directing it to anyone in particular, Councillor Cryer?
I was directing it to the chair, but I'm quite happy to direct it to
that's fine.
Councillor Moriarty.
Yeah, so in terms of the ALGA conference, and I think I've stated this before, When I first joined council, I had consultation with the CEO in regards to this matter about the
Mr Mayor, please don't include me in this.
well, I think as part of council CEO, that is highly relevant when I sought advice, and that is what a CEO is one of the duties to the role of mayor. We discussed that at that time. The CEO advised me that generally speaking, it is generally speaking, I'll put that into context, it is a role for the mayor and or deputy mayor for consideration. The comments in relation to how significant the conference are, well, that's debatable in terms of why I asked the question, what are the goals and what comes out of it. I have also then took advice from, and as I stated in that email, other councillors. The bigger councillors are attending, obviously for those motions and those networking opportunity. And the smaller councillors are not attending because of considered budgets, councils of our size. The point I made is it is for consideration. We also take into account the ComSec trip to Canberra, where we do have a proper forum to advocate to ministers and shadow ministers in terms of the interests and our needs. The point that I made and I raised, and something worth looking at that I will share with the public now, is to put to the consideration of council the issue around budget and the issue around finances and whether we can achieve better things for the people. And our budget is continually being constrained. This year we have seen a $1.6 million cost blowout to Gallery Walk, and we have seen the announcement in terms of the underpaying of staff. We haven't fully given consideration to what that quantum, or have not been advised what that total quantum is at this stage. And I am also confident they're going to be, with good reason, more of this to come that will be announced to the public in due course. These considerations need leadership to think of what we can actually do for the people with their money. And are we achieving the best outcomes by conferences that are often considered as junkets? And that's why I asked the question, what are the considered goals of what are we going to achieve out of this? And I also asked the question of, should we be considering our total budget within the mayor and councillors' annual allocation? And should we be giving consideration to reallocating that budget to do some low-hanging fruit for the people, such as spending some money on Graham's Dip Road, given in light of where...
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I'm really...
Excuse me, councillor, your point of order?
Yes. I'm concerned that we've gone a little bit off track here, a little bit talking. First of all,
I'm answering a question.
About breach of Local Government Act, and now we're talking about the budgets. Now we're talking about rehashing Graham's Dip Road. I'm really concerned that we've got off point and we're not answering the question.
Thank you, councillor. I'll take note of your point of order. To complete the answer to your question, is to make those considerations for the people, and also, as stated earlier by Councillor Moriarty, we're also in consideration of budget deliberations for next year. Okay. So is it a folly, or should we be getting on with the job at hand in what is a very difficult domestic economy with the fuel crisis, which was also in face of a cost of living crisis currently, beforehand, before this whole fiasco started?
Through the chair, may I ask another question?
Certainly.
Is this conference I'd like to ask the director, through the chair, is this conference already budgeted for in, the
I believe it is.
professional development for the council? I'd also like to question that the theme for the conference is stronger together, resilient, productive, united. Does that not include all councils working together?
Sorry, I have a question too.
And when I guess to answer that, I put that forward to the councillors, and there was no response and there was no alternatives for consideration. So I guess due to that lack of response, it answers your question.
And through the chair too, please, if I may.
Councillor Sanders.
Look, I think we're getting a little bit carried away here. We're not talking about Learjets to Europe. We're talking about sitting down with...
So you haven't got a question, so you're actually talking to the motion now?
Yeah, my question is, I think we've gone off the target. I think we need to go back to looking at making sure that we have representation at these events. We haven't had anyone since 2023, and I wonder why not. I understand what you're saying about budgets, but this is within our budget.
So I'll take that. There was no question there that you're talking against the motion. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Councillor Sanders. Can Councillor Sanders, having expressed a wish to attend the conference, please advise which particular sessions and which particular items are of particular interest to herself, and what benefits it may bring to the council for her to attend the conference in Canberra?
Through the chair, do you want me to answer that question?
Happy for you to answer it, Councillor.
Lovely. Okay, I went through a few of those things. Some of the things that really interest me are the opportunity and challenges in renewable transition. There is also a really interesting article or session on disaster management fatigue and what I see is happening around our area. There is an emergency management communicating to populations, and it does talk about large populations. But one of the ones that really interests me is the growing pains, and it's talking about rapid urban growth. We're dealing with rapid regional growth, but I thought that would well and truly be interesting for us. There's also something on precinct building. If I could have gone to every session, I would love to, but creating places that people want to be. So look, a lot of these sessions are very interesting. I think they're very relevant to what we're dealing with at the moment, and I think the chance to get to present our view of the world is another thing that we have an option to do. Again, we're not flying Learjets to Europe. This is, it's very conservative, and it's a good thing for the community. And I missed out on going to it last time. I'd love to do some work with how to get that grant and some of the research stuff that's on there as well, including financial sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I did put forward a question via email, I think it was late last week, as to how much had been spent by each councillor, and I'm yet to have a response.
CEO.
So through you, Mr Mayor, who did that go to? My apologies if I haven't come back. I can certainly bring that information back.
Thank you, Councillor. With no more questions, anyone wishing to... Councillor Moriarty, do you want to talk to your motion? Your proposed amended motion?
Thank you, Chair. I think I've made a point quite clear. It's quite obvious that if a representative from the council is to attend the conference in Canberra, it should be under the Local Government Act, it should be the Mayor or the Mayor's delegate. I have no more to say other than I would only believe that it would be appropriate to send anyone from this council, should any of our motions be accepted for debate at the NGA, as you alluded to the term junket, and I think that's how it's perceived in the public eye if a councillor was to attend for no other reason. Thank you.
Councillor Chalk, you wish to talk against the motion?
Yeah, I do want to support this motion. This is bringing back a lot of deja vu for me for last term. This is the stuff we dealt with last term, that only the mayor could go to things, which is, I find, absolute absurd. We have a perfect opportunity to send a really experienced representative. If Councillor Sanders wishes to go, she's got more experience than the mayor and Councillor Moriarty combined. So I'll be more happy to support this motion. I'm not against this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Chalk. Anyone wishing to talk for the motion? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I will speak in favour of the motion. I believe that the main reason for anyone from our council attending would be to speak to any of our 4 motions should they be accepted and put forward at the conference for discussion and voting. So the person who attended would need to be particularly articulate in relation to those 4 motions. Also, in the event that we don't meet the deadline for early registration, which I think is tomorrow, it's only an additional $126 per person to do a late registration. Just an observation.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, apart from taking away the word councillors in the original motion, I think it covers it fairly well. When the suggestion put forward there before was that 7 councillors could attend, it doesn't say here Councillor Sanders or any particular councillor, and I would like to change that resolution if this gets voted down, that we drop the word councillors just for clarification. At this stage, Councillor Sanders is the only person that's put her name forward that's interested in going. It is a fairly busy time of the year and Meet Local Month and so on, and but it's a time that suits in Canberra for the conference, and that's always when it's held. So, but I don't see the need for the change that Councillor Moriarty has suggested there.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll talk in the absence of anyone wanting to talk in favour of the motion.
Can I ask one last question regarding the motion up there? Is part 2 and 3 still part of this motion? Because it doesn't seem to be up there.
I believe the motion of Councillor Moriarty was only to replace paragraph 1.
2 and 3 remain the same.
Would remain the same, that's correct.
Thank you.
Oh, can I also ask one last question? Through the chair, is the mayor an interested councillor wanting to attend this conference?
I'll address that by talking in favour of the motion, with your indulgence, Councillor. The point of interest to me, and I previously set this out in an email to councillors, is to get the best possible value for the constituent in terms of their ratepayer money. And it's always been a key focus, no matter how small or how large the quantum. And I particularly stated very loud and clear that councillors had major issues in terms of we're falling on budget blowouts that is costed by the ratepayer. In terms of whether there is interest to go or not, I'm not looking to attend that conference, not due to lack of interest, due to there are far higher priorities and needs for the people of this region. Also because of the opportunities we'll present to us via ComSec to achieve advocacy outcomes for the people of this region. I do not have, it's not a matter of who is attending, it is a matter of what is the priority of attending is a priority for the people of this region. And the most critical thing is what will be the achievements and the outcomes intended, if we can clarify that. And sometimes, and I'm sympathetic to the idea that you actually can't, but there should be an intent, and an intent to achieve something for the people of this region, and what that will be and how that will be measured. Is there anyone wishing to talk
Mr Mayor, just
against the motion?
can I just, one question please. One of the directors, Director James, has been to this conference previously and he's had some great outcomes, and it would answer your question where you think what the question was, what are the outcomes that you want for the region? And I'd love to get the director just to give us a couple of words on the outcome that he had when he went to this conference previously, because I believe there will be some directors or staff that will attend as well.
Happy to indulge, but please also note I put that question prior to this meeting and the response was nil. And that went to all directors and all councillors. Through the CEO.
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I'd also note that I'm not the only director that has attended ALGA. There are several senior staff here who have attended this forum in the past. Councillors, this is the largest gathering of local government in Australia. So it brings together every council who chooses to attend to put together an advocacy plan on behalf of local government to the federal government at that level. Our motions are certainly important. More so, there will be a range of issues that will be discussed and debated and voted upon that we may not necessarily immediately have on our radar, but could come to impact this and other regions like this, should they become an advocacy piece directly through ALGA. The second comment I'd make is my experience in the past is that there is also a dual benefit in being in Canberra and taking the time to lock down federal ministers for other advocacy pieces. Now, Mr Mayor, you've noted that ComSec is undertaking a large part of that advocacy. For us, that could be around funding injections for, say, new emergency management, disaster management centres, etc., etc. So really, it comes down to whether council sees the benefit at this stage and in this forum and at this point in time in being in Canberra to undertake both the involvement in that voting as well as other advocacy that we may be able to achieve. In that location. I'm happy for anyone else to make comment on their particular experiences too, Mr CEO, but that's all I can offer.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer. And we note that we've been down this path before with trying to have ministers, and they're loose on the ground at that time of year in Canberra. The second point is, yes, if it's a relation to the financial assistance grants, and that's why you need to weigh up these advocacy pieces, what's the likelihood of an outcome and how successful, and maybe that would be more important to bring these reports to council of any relevance where ALGA has changed the state of the nation. Councillor Cryer, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just going back to the original motion, which was also put up last year and approved, and no one attended. So even if the first motion is put forward and accepted, it's not actually saying that someone is actually going to attend. And the question that I have, you mentioned that it's not about who attends. So if it's not about who attends, should there not be confidence in any of the councillors to be able to respond to questions about the motions at the conference?
Yeah.
Respond to questions.
That was your point of before about, it was Councillor Moriarty's point that that's the point of this second motion that we're putting, amendment motion, that the council authorises the mayor or the mayor's delegate to attend because they are the most appropriate to be able to answer the questions put forward, any questions about the motions put forward at the conference.
Okay, so you've directed that at me. I think you're actually trying to direct it at Councillor Moriarty. Is that correct?
I would say that's probably where this original question came from, but I would just like to ask you if you, as the mayor.
But you said I made it. What was the statement that I made?
That it is important to have someone able to answer the questions that
never
may
made
be
that
put
statement.
forward about the motions. Was it you? Oh, okay. Okay, Councillor Hay. I'll direct it to Councillor Hay then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
What was the question?
The question is, should there not be confidence in any of the councillors in the chamber to be able to answer the questions that may or may not be put forward at the conference for the motions that we have put up?
I'll respond to that by asking a question. Which councillors in the room can tell me off their head what our 4 motions were?
Okay, I think that's answering Councillor Crier's question. And yes, look, I like to be indulgent. We have a for and against situation, so I'm indulgent for councillors to ask questions. But the questions, they dragged out. If we can try to move this along, Councillor Crier, I think
Yes.
I think put and answered well and truly. Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty, you wish to sum up?
No, thank you. Sorry, no, thank you, Chair. I think we've covered enough ground, and the motion that I've presented is quite clear, and the intent is quite clear, and it's in keeping with the fact that the mayor is the official spokesperson of the council, and only the mayor can delegate that authority to another councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I put the motion to the amended motion to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Motion defeated. Call for a division. Those in favour were councillors Division 1, 3 and the Mayor. Those who were against were councillors from Division 2, 4, 5 and 6. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, if my computer would link in, it would help me a fair bit. We're returning to the original motion, and if I could suggest that we take the word councillors out of that, that to satisfy some, maybe the public as well, that, the mayor's.
Those 2 words?
Yeah, or councillors, sorry, Sharon, I should have said or also. I believe it's a better motion. Yeah, I think there's only need for 1 councillor, and if there's a staff member going especially, there's no need for more than 1 councillor there. So I moved that motion earlier, and I don't know whether there's anything more to add to it than what I had earlier, Mayor.
Is there any?
If no one's got any objection to taking that words out, or councillors. Did we have a seconder before, Sharon?
Yes.
Yes, we did. Councillor Chalk.
Councillor Crier.
Oh, Councillor Crier. Councillor Crier, you happy with that amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Excuse me, Chair, can I
Question?
ask a question, please?
Certainly.
I wasn't aware that any staff were attending. Can we be advised of who will be attending from the staff, please?
Through Mr Mayor, we'd normally go through the professional development areas for each of the directors or a CEO. That has been a discussion at the executive team meetings, and one director indicated an interest, which was Director of Infrastructure Services.
Thank you. And just a second question. In the event that a councillor does attend, will there be a requirement, which isn't reflected in the motion, that the councillor provides a full report back to council as to the benefits of their attendance?
You're putting that to Councillor McGuinness. Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you.
I think that's a good idea from, no matter where we go, whether it's the mayor, myself, or any other councillor, I think it's a good idea that, and whether it doesn't have to be half of War and Peace, but there's the key points that you do get from these conferences, and I think it's good to bring it back to the other councillors.
Thank you, councillor. In that case, should that be another dot point in the motion?
Can I clarify that? We've already had a motion where we already agree that anyone that goes to one of these events, and I think the mayor's done several of them, provided reports back to us. We don't need to add that to, it's a done thing, we do it anyway. And we actually did, at the beginning of this term, we actually agreed that anyone who went on one of these events would actually bring back a report to council. And I know them, I've read the mayor's several times, so.
Point of order. To council, I'm not sure, Councillor Sanders, what you're talking about. So if you go back and look at that motion, I think you're referring to ComSec missions. No, well, I haven't been on anything but ComSec missions, as far as I'm aware. Each of those motions, as part of the motion, requires, stated in the motion, that a report be presented to council. It is not automatic. It is spelt out in each and individual motion.
Can we clarify that? I'm pretty certain we all always do that, and that's a done thing.
Can I just ask if if we always do that, then what would be the problem with putting that in the motion?
I don't believe there would be any problem with that.
Have you got proposed wording, councillor?
Councillor McInnes?
Yeah, I've got any problem with move, Robert, to, putting those words in there, but I think it's superfluous, but it doesn't, does spell it out there.
Do you want to make something up?
I'll just copy out of what we put in the ComSec mission.
I think we have agreed on that.
Oh, you haven't got it, okay.
Well,
Should happen, whether it
do you
happens every
recall which,
time.
That
do you recall
Isn't-
which,
To,
should councillor attend? Should a councillor attend the ALGA conference? Then a report. Then a report will be presented to council. Then
yeah,
a report will be presented to council detailing initiatives and outcomes. Does that suffice the members? Yeah. Or the attending council. Did you get that?
Councillor McGuinness? Is Councillor McGuinness happy with that?
Councillor McGuinness, you're happy with that?
Yeah.
Councillor Cryer, are you happy with that?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, just give me one moment.
Councillor McGuinness, would you like to, for old time's sake, read the motion in full?
Thank you, Mayor. That one council authorise an interested councillor attend the Australian Local Government Association's National General Assembly to be held in Canberra from the 23rd to the 25th of June 2026. 2, council consent to its authorised attendee. It should be only now rather than yes. Thanks, Sharon. Exercising voting rights that reflect council's adopted policies and strategies. 3, council authorised payment of all reasonable costs incurred by the attendee in relation to the attendance at this event, including travel, accommodation and incidentals, noting the estimated cost of attendance per person is $3,453 GST inclusive. And 4, should a councillor attend the Australian Local Government Association's National General Assembly, then a report will be presented to council by the attending councillor detailing initiatives and outcomes. The only question I'd have, Mayor, that's from councillor's point of view. If there's a staff member attending, that is a separate situation, just in case people are picking up on that.
Noted, Councillor McGuinness, that we're only referring to the councillor, a councillor at this in this motion. Thank you. Councillor Cryer, you acknowledged that, seconded that motion. Anyone wishing
Yes, thank you.
to talk against the motion?
Can I just ask one question? With it being on the ordinary meeting of our council, does that need to be permission for a councillor to actually not be at the ordinary meeting?
I think we will deal with that matter at the time that it arises, councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? No. Councillor McGuinness, did you wish to anything further?
No, I haven't got anything further to add, Mayor.
Thank you. With that all done, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. And if we could have a division, please. For Mayor, Division 2, 4, 5 and 6 against Division 1 and Division 3. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor. Deputy Mayor, have you nominated an individual?
No, Mayor. No, see you.
Can I seek advice on how an individual will be selected?
That was the resolution that came forward, but and you're suggesting we have to do it today? A question behind the question?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we can bring it up to the next council meeting again. It's just potentially there should have been a councillor's name inserted there.
Yeah, we will continue with standing orders and move on to item 11.2, call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.2, locally significant plants and animals of the Scenic Rim. This is quite a comprehensive report which has come about due to the need to review the lists that we already have in place to do with species and conservation status, particularly in light of the fact that I'd like to say to the officers it's a particularly good report. It's very comprehensive and easy to understand. The Environmental Planning and Biodiversity team has undertaken a lengthy process to review the species designated as locally significant species for the region, including an in-depth consultation process via an expert panel. The list will also form an appendix to the Matters of Local Environmental Significance, known as MLES, in the Planning Scheme Amendment number 10, which comes up later in this agenda. So a revised locally significant species list is provided for endorsement as part of this agenda item. So I'll move straight to the motion. 1, Council endorse the revised locally significant species list as provided in attachment 2 to this report, supporting its use for conservation of biodiversity both within an amended planning scheme and more broadly across council operations. And 2, Council note the list of significant species as provided in attachment 3 to this report, including state and nationally significant species as determined by the Queensland and Australian governments.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay, do you wish to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The list, in the event that this motion is approved, will be made available on Council's website for everyone to utilise. So it's not just a report that's going to be filed and collect dust somewhere. It will be useful to members of the public, particularly those engaged in environmental and biodiversity aspects of work in the region. And for that reason, I endorse the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Anyone wishing to talk against Councillor McInnes?
I would dare not speak against the motion, but I just wondered whether the staff would like to add something towards it. There's been a lot of work go in this, and I concur with Councillor Hay. Congratulations to them. There's plenty of people involved, no doubt, but it was a big job.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the list is a really interesting selection of species from across the region and highlights the biodiversity that we have stewardship of here in the LGA. It includes plants, crayfish, mammals, reptiles. It's a real excellent suite of reflection of our biodiversity in the region. So thank you, Councillor.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything else to add. I just wish I could pronounce even 1% of the Latin names, but thank you.
Thank you very much. I put it to the members. Those are in favour. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Now move to item 11.3 and call upon Councillor Moriarty. And we note Councillor Hay, as per conflict arising, and Councillor Cryer, there's a conflict as she's pointed out earlier.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.3, MCU 23/090, development permit for material change of use for animal keeping at 1 to 9 Donald Court, Tamborine, described as Lot 51 RP 185808, I think is correct. I'm going to introduce the officer's recommendation, noting that it's not necessarily my personal point of view, but I'm just going to introduce the recommendation as the officer is presented to get the wheels rolling. So I take the report as read and move the motion that 1, Council receive and note the report titled Development Application MCU 23/090 for a development permit for a material change of use for animal keeping at 1 to 9 Donald Court, Tamborine, Lot 51 RP 185808. 2, Council approved development application MCU 23/090 and grant a development permit for material change of use subject to the conditions contained in section recommended conditions of approval of the report. And 3, Council note that any subsequent requests for a negotiated decision notice and or change applications to the approval MCU 23/090 will proceed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor McInnes. Councillor Moriarty.
No, thank you, Chair.
Are there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I apologise for using my phone, but my laptop's not working and I have to get the notes up on the phone. This business operates under different names, multiple names. The proposal is for 10 kennels and 10 doggy daycare / grooming places, and the application proposes to formalise the current operation at the site, which includes reception and office building, existing dog kennels and outdoor run areas. The business has been operating without approval for 15 years, and the development application was only submitted on the 23rd of June 2023 following compliance action by Council, which was commenced late in 2022, re potential unlawful land use and potential unlawful occupancy of a shed. Council did not issue an information request at that stage, and the development application in its form at that time, which was for 20 kennel and dogs and 10 doggy daycare, a total of 30 dogs, was put out for public comment from the 15th of September to the 6th of October 2023. Numerous noise complaints about barking dogs have been received over recent years from impacted neighbours and sensitive receivers. Following a meeting with Council on the 30th of October 2024, a whole year after the public submissions, the applicant reduced the number of dogs utilising the boarding and breeding kennels from 20 to 10 and amended the plan to have 3 outdoor dog runs from 3 back down to 1. 10 doggy daycare / grooming places were still sought. At page 90 of the agenda, it's stated that the puppies will be managed at night inside the home. Thus, not one single building on the property will not play a part in the business. The use could not be described as secondary to the residential use, upon which rates have been paid for the past 15 years. There are contradictory statements in the documents stating that whelping and care of the puppies will occur in Building B, which is identified on the plans as the reception and office building. Page 94, 95, 134, 135 and 136 show photos of the significant structures built and used without approval, substantial kennel block and a high block hall and the outdoor run. To the best of my knowledge, none of those structures are currently approved. Is that correct? Yep, thank you. The kennel block alone is 24 metres long and 8 metres wide with a GFA of 192 metres square, which is a substantial size for an unapproved permanent structure, and that can be seen on page 128. The proposal includes an operational plan which was updated on the 4th of November 2025. At page 97 of the development application, it is stated to be a potentially consistent development. If the use was in fact a consistent use, the total number of dogs on the site at any time would be limited to 5 in total. At page 98, animal keeping means the use of the premises for A, boarding, breeding or training animals. Doggy daycare and or grooming are not mentioned or considered in any form in that definition. At page 104, it's stated that the number of dogs sought to be on the site substantially exceeds the number of dogs that would class the proposal as a consistent use based on the scale of the use not being classed as either low impact or small kennel on a large lot. Page 106, PO4 states does not detract from the amenity of adjacent residential activities. However, the fact that there have been numerous noise complaints lodged would indicate that barking is an issue. Page 107, Animal Keeping Code PO1 AO1. There are no specific site standards in table 9.3.2.2.2 for this type of operation. PO2 AO2 mentions caretakers accommodation. And page 108, PO2 AO2 conflicts with PO1 and AO1 in that there are no standards for doggy daycare. Page 111, PO4 AO4, the assessment report, odour impact, septic and waste. There does not appear to be a report or a condition requiring one to be provided. Is that correct? The applicant is likely to be required to provide an assessment report provided by a suitably qualified person in relation to odour impacts. I can't locate that there was a condition requiring that to occur.
Through the chair, condition 30 talks to air contaminants and taking on, I suppose, the feedback from that reporting, including also condition 33 for waste management, and specifically condition 34 for faecal matter, which is a reality of these developments. If that's an area that is of further interest, that could be included if required.
I think that would be useful. Page 119 lists the objection submissions, and I'll just summarise very briefly what they contained. Acoustic impacts, zoning, insufficient planning merit, too intense and adverse impacts on amenity and wildlife. Okay, I'll just talk to the proposed conditions. There are 40 conditions in total for this development proposed. There's no condition to provide access to the registers of permanent dogs, doggy daycare, grooming dogs, litters, noise logs, etc. The applicant proposed at page 165 to provide records on a 6-monthly basis. However, council, for some reason, decided to impose condition 29 about the complaints register that they're only needed to report every 12 months, which I find quite bizarre given their total lack of compliance for 15 years. At page 167, there is a kennel dog register. It shows that dogs from different areas will have different coloured tags on their collars. It doesn't state in the register that the council at which those dogs are registered will be recorded. I think that's an omission. And at page 182, whelping is mentioned in the operational plan, and it says refer to page 9, and there isn't a page 9. When I look at whelping, it is stated further in the report that French bulldogs and British bulldogs usually require delivery by caesarean. However, how is this to be managed as it's not specified? Will the dogs need to go to a veterinary clinic, or will a vet visit the site, in which case there'd need to be a sterile room set up for surgery? Would it be in the dwelling? Who knows? There are so many reasons why this is non-compliant in my reason that I absolutely cannot support this in any way. So, thank you.
Can you throw, officer, if you could throw some light on missing page 9?
Through the chair, I've read the reporting this morning and I agree it is confusing. It's from my review of the appendix it's referring to, the relevant information was included has been considered as part of the broader assessment. So my assumption is that when they've amended the reporting, it's not carried through as nicely as it should have.
These are some of the lighter moments of this report, but can you give us any answers in terms of the confusion, why saying in one report they're going to use every building for the whelping, and then in another report it specifically states the use of a particular building. So this submission as an application for councillors to consider is quite inconsistent.
Through the chair, officers carried the same, I suppose, view, which we discussed with the applicant on site at the time, late last year when we attended. To manage those components of, I suppose, inconsistency between the reporting that's ensued. The conditions of approval have been quite clear as to those Class 10 structures, be it Building B, which is the identified reception office building, is not to be used for whelping purposes. As I understand, there was some form of whelping activities occurring there when we were out on site. So to, I suppose, clarify the reporting, that's the acoustic reporting, Building A was to be used for whelping, and the conditions of approval that have been proposed would ultimately require that to be done in such fashion.
And Building A is what?
The house.
Problem in itself. If councillor's statement is correct about the caesarean requirement for these particular breeds, the report is silent. Is this going to turn into a birthing clinic, or is the dogs that have been birthing going to be taken away from the site?
Through the chair, there's ongoing requirements for any business to comply with other acts in Queensland. This does not absolve them of those responsibilities going forward. The, I suppose, presumption at this stage would be that if a sterile facility is required for C-section and the dog is aware that they will require C-section, that if they don't have the facility on site, it's not approved, then they would go to a vet to have that done in a facility that's built for purpose. So this development application has remained silent on that, as it doesn't approve those activities to occur.
Okay. Any further questions from the members? Is there anyone wishing to talk in favour? With the absence of anyone talking in favour of the motion, it makes it difficult to flesh out the debate any further. Councillor Moriarty, did you wish to sum up your recommendation?
No, thank you, Chair. I've just presented the recommendation as presented with no further comment. Thank you.
I think this is an extraordinary situation, but if I can make a comment to the planner, the biggest inconsistency and the problem I have with this is that you've got a situation that is outside of the scheme where you've accounted for 5 dogs. We've got up to 20 here potential without talking about puppies. And the conflict and problems of compliance issues with these 20 dogs are going to be there permanently, or, you know, how you're going to identify between the grooming and the kennel dogs. and it is wavy, and the additional issue that there's obviously a problem in terms of the impact on surrounds that has been ongoing with the smaller numbers, not only raising the points, not in addition to the points of the non-compliant buildings and the other matters that Councillor Hayes raised. That being said, I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Those against? All right, motion defeated and carried unanimous, motion defeated unanimously. Could we now hold on, Councillor?
No, we've got to, so with your permission, I'd put the second option motion up if you like.
Well, I don't think we do we?
Got to state reasons.
Oh, we've got to state reasons. Oh, yeah, thank you.
That's for the planners. We do not require any further motion on this, do we?
Sorry, I'm just asking you to come in this way.
I thought we were going to have to put the other motion up saying that, no, that's right.
Sent a document through last night that happened to
Yeah.
potential reasons for refusal. Yes.
They can just be attached
This is
to
an option that was in the original report presented to council, so with the selection of the alternative option in the report with the insert of the reasons presented.
Yeah,
It's option 3.
and that's option 3.
Yes.
So you want another motion presented on this?
On a decision. Yes.
On the decision, right.
So if I copy the entirety of that, that's going to cover everything?
Yes.
No. Yeah. Okay. Give me a moment there.
You're right. Councillor Moriarty, are you happy to present?
Certainly. It doesn't. Well, if I didn't speak in favour.
So that's
Someone else is talking to.
the next proposed motion.
Councillor?
So,
Who moves that one?
Over to you, Councillor Moriarty, if you put up an alternative motion.
there's some discussion, Chair, about, as I introduced the previous motion, that perhaps another councillor should introduce this
Oh,
motion.
you, in the previous motion, let's keep going, you already stated that you had announced that you were only presenting it for the councillor's sake.
If it's clear, I'm happy to do that if you like.
It's fine. Can we continue?
Okay, all right, thank you. I will move that, yeah, I'll put the next motion up if that's okay.
All right.
Okay, that. 1, council receive and note the report titled Development Application MCU 23/090 for a development permit for a material change of use for animal keeping at 1-9 Donald Court, Tamborine, Lot 51, RP 185808, and 2, council refuse the development application MCU 23/090 for the following reasons. A, the proposed development conflicts with the local categorising instrument being the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 as amended 30th of June 2023 for the following reasons. 1, the proposed development conflicts with strategic outcome 1 of the strategic framework as outlined in 3.6, environment and natural hazards, emissions and hazardous activities. 2, the proposed development conflicts with the purpose and overall outcomes 2C of the Rural Residential Zone Code. 3, the proposed development conflicts with the assessment benchmark PO4 of the Rural Residential Zone Code, Rural Residential A Precinct, Table 6.21633. 4, the proposed development conflicts with the purpose 1 and 2 of the Animal Keeping Code. 5, the proposed development conflicts with the assessment benchmark P01 of the Animal Keeping Code, Table 9.3.2.3.1. And 6, the proposed development conflicts with the assessment benchmarks P01, P02 and P06 of the Animal Keeping Code, Table 9.3.2.3.2. B, approval would not resolve a conflict between benchmarks and the above non-compliance. And C, compliance cannot be achieved by imposing development conditions.
Can I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay? Councillor Sanders, would you like to talk to your motion?
No, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? No questions. I put it back to Councillor Hay. Anything further? I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, officer. Well, we've just had a signal from the Deputy Mayor. We may take an adjournment, and if we could just have a resolution to adjourn, and we will look to...
Wait, sorry, we do need to call Councillor Cliver.
We can't call her after.
Well, take a
Yep, okay, yeah, that's fine. If you want to bring her in, thank you. Yeah, of course.
No.
Councillor Cryer, the recommended motion as per the agenda was defeated and an alternative motion proposed. That motion's in front of you if you would like to review. Thank you. We're proposing to take an adjournment and a very quick refreshment break. So if I could just have a resolution from the floor to adjourn, and we'll look to return on the hour. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the ordinary meeting being adjourned to return at 11 a.m.
Seconder. Thank you. Confirmed. Those in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. And if I could please have a motion from the members to return to the ordinary meeting. Councillor Hay. Seconder. Councillor Cry. Are those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Now turn to Councillor Chalk to introduce item 11.4.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll introduce report 11.4, which is the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme Draft Amendment number 8 to commence public consultation. I'll move the following motion that Council endorse Draft Amendment number 8, Attachment 1, supporting information for Draft Amendment number 8, Amendment 2, and Draft Amendment number 8, zoning maps for consultation, Attachment 4, and 2, Council endorse the commencement of public consultation of Draft Amendment number 8 to the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 in accordance with Chapter 2, Part 4, Section 18.1 and 18.2 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Chalk.
Thank you. As a way of explanation, this draft amendment number 8 to the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 was endorsed by Council on the 18th of December 2024 to proceed to the State Interest Review in accordance with Planning Act 2016 and the Minister's Guidelines and Rules. On the 11th of March 2026, the Minister has advised that Council may now undertake public consultation of draft amendment number 8 in accordance with Chapter 2, Part 4, Section 18.1 and 18.2 of the MGR with no ministerial conditions. So that's where this report is heading. So that's probably by way of introduction. I guess if there's any questions or comments, we'll go to them. Thank you.
Questions?
I think we're all questioned out, Mr Mayor.
We just hold a little bit of decorum. If we can, maybe it might be wise just to have a summary from the officer of an overview.
Certainly, through the chair. As indicated by Councillor Chalk, this is amendment number 8, proposed to the planning scheme. We do regular reviews and updates of the planning scheme to keep it contemporary. And this is one of those amendments. It includes a range of items. So the planning scheme is in place for a couple of years now. So we're able to check and see how it's operating, take on feedback from internal and external stakeholders as to any needs for improvements. So this report and the amendment pack proposes a series of first amendments to the planning scheme since it came into place. There's a range of amendments varying from, gross floor areas for roadside stalls to proposed changes to incentivise and encourage residential care facilities and retirement facilities. Contemporary matters such as EV charging provisions in our parking code. There's also some zoning changes that we propose from time to time when new blocks are created or new subdivisions occur. We look to amend planning scheme zoning accordingly. There's also some updates in relation to solar farms. The state have made some amendments at a state planning level that we've aligned with in our planning scheme. There are a lot of detailed changes in here. As Councillor Chalk indicated in his introduction, the state government minister for planning has now signed off this amendment pack saying that it meets state interest and approved council to commence public consultation. And what that means is this document is then available to the public, so anyone can make a submission or comments on any of the proposed changes. And subject to council's approval, we'll look to start that public consultation shortly.
Thank you, Officer. And I guess, is it fair to say that the ongoing maintenance of any planning scheme is to accommodate the forever changing landscape of a region, of a country, of a state,
Yes.
whether that be technological change, growth, conditions of all sorts are arising, and so it's a broad spread of
Yes.
amendments within the package.
Yes, through the chair, it's a living document. It's not a document that we do and put on the shelf. It does need to be reviewed, see how it works in practice, take on, community views, developer views, internal when we're assessing applications. So we do regularly look at the document to make sure it's contemporary, yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone, sorry, Councillor Hay, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just for the benefit of the people watching the video and listening at home, could you just clarify that item 1, revised levels of assessment and policy for residential care facilities and retirement facilities, growth management strategy implementation action, also includes lifestyle villages, please?
Yes, through the chair. When we draft a planning scheme, we're required to use the state regulated use definitions. So we have accordingly used the set definitions, and yes, I guess lifestyle villages is more of maybe a marketing term. We were required to use land use terms that are common across councils in Queensland. So yes, that would incorporate that particular aspect of the use.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor McInnes?
Probably a statement, and hopefully the officer agrees with me.
Well, you're asking if...
Well, I could turn it into a question, but I know she should, if she doesn't agree with me, she should say so, that's for sure. The solar panel side of things, it was, and a lot of people, my interpretation is that and there was a solar farm envisaged at Mount Walker just over the border from Scenic Rim, and I think it has been disbanded now, but it was only code accessible under the old planning schemes, and that was in Ipswich City, but it was, my interpretation of this is that it now is impact, and I think that's good for the public. In this particular farm was going to be over 50 hectares of solar panels, so the impact on people around there was very significant, and it's good that it comes through. I'm not saying anything for or against solar panels being there, but it's of that magnitude in a semi-residential rural area, small rural areas. It's not a good thing, and hopefully that is. Forgive me, Mayor, I'm getting on my soapbox, but the impact on people is very significant, and it was. And could have just gone through its code, and that's not how those sort of things should be, as far as I'm concerned.
There is a question in there.
Yeah.
We can call a response for that, please.
Through the chair. I guess the response to the comment is I understand that the state have probably recognised there's different approaches that were being undertaken by different local governments. So they've seen to bring in these state changes at the state level so that we get some consistency across local government. So we have a consistent approach to assessment and also the matters that are assessed when we look at solar farms.
Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Anything further, Councillor Chalk?
I'd just like to say that these amendments take a lot of work, and there's a lot of going through words, I guess, and wordsmithing things and finding different ways of doing it and listening to the advice. So it's a good process to get involved in. We'd be interested to see if any public has a say. I would encourage people who are interested in that sort of things to have a say. But certainly I'd like to thank the staff for bringing it forward and continuing the work. So thank you.
maybe worth emphasising that point with public consultation, that it's actually the people's document and they need to review and need, where there is a point to be made, to make that submission is probably the most critical in terms of the next step. Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Cool. Now draw to item 11.5 and call upon Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.5, Draft Water Plan, Logan Basin 2026 submission. I take the report as read. I would like to move to the motion that Council note retrospectively the submission to the Department of Local Government, Water and Volunteers on the Logan Water Plan Draft 2026 at Attachment 1.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion, Councillor Hay. Councillor Cryer.
Thank you. The Queensland Government's Logan Water Plan Draft 2026 is proposed to replace the existing Water Plan Logan Basin 2007 and aims to balance water use for environmental flows, urban supply, agriculture and industry across the Logan Basin area. It's got certain key changes which include the introduction of a formal groundwater management framework including coverage of the Tamborine Mountain area, performance improvements to Maroon Dam within the Logan River water supply scheme, a more flexible temporary seasonal water trading framework, the continuation of existing water entitlements to support economic stability, updated outcomes to reflect climate variability and cultural water considerations, and finally replacing fragmented arrangements with a single integrated surface and groundwater framework. The public consultation of the proposed draft Logan Water Plan, which closes tomorrow, presented an opportunity for our council to make comment on matters that may influence the region's future water security and management, especially relating to the Brommelton off-stream storage facility, Wirralong Water Treatment Plan, Canungra Creek, Tamborine Mountain Moratorium Area and projected growth for the scenic rim itself. The submission to the draft water plan enables Council to advocate for region priorities and therefore contribute to the development of the final plan. In this respect, a submission was lodged on the 20th of March 2026 by Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Questions? Councillor, I think the one burning question I have, and Councillor Cryer, I think it's a typo. I think the report's trying to refer to the Wirralong water treatment plant, not plan. But my question really surrounds the aim of balancing the water use, which is the key to this in terms of environmental flows, urban supply, agricultural and industry across that Logan Basin area. So talking about Wirralong, can you just share with what the report is trying to emphasise and consider for recreation as one of those industries, particularly around rowing on Lake Wirralong and particularly in relation to all water activities on the surface of Lake Wirralong, including fishing, beyond 2032 and those impacts for industry?
Through the Chair, I can only indicate what has been made in the submission before Council for consideration. Basically, what we've indicated there in a review of the plan is just highlighting for the state's consideration that the Brommelton off-stream storage and Wirralong Dam are identified within the draft water plan, Logan Basin area. However, the Southwest Pipeline, which links Beaudesert to Southeast Queensland water grid, and the pipeline connecting the Logan supply network to the Wyalong transfer station are not shown. So we've highlighted that matter, and also indicating that bringing online the Bromwellton off-stream storage facility and the water treatment plant into operation would significantly improve water supply capacity and resilience in the region as total. So there's no specific reference there to recreation facilities per se.
Thank you. And I note that oversight was picked up by council. Good to see, to bring those two pieces of infrastructure into the attention. The question, and this is also, this report in itself it's in retrospective anyway, is the opportunity, because I think there has been a lot of debate and discussion about this topic previously. I don't know if it's a political issue that people sometimes wish to sidestep, whether that be Seqwater or whoever, but I think for our region and the opportunities, we need to bring that conversation to the table and define that. Is there going to be opportunities for that further down the track? As a question.
Through the chair, this is a retrospective
Understood.
I guess, information to council. The consultation doesn't close till tomorrow, so should council determine they want to do an addendum to the submission or add further information, we can certainly do that. If there's other items you wish to raise, we've got a short window of opportunity.
Well, I think I would put it as a very important, it doesn't, it doesn't have to be a massive tomb, but we need to highlight that as an important issue that needs to be put on the table for discussion. I don't know if that requires any form of amendment to the motion today, or whether that can be just included as part of the officer's submission.
Through the chair, the submission has been made and receipted. I think there would be an opportunity to provide further information in support of the submission, whether we say something to the effect of, we recognise that this submission has been made, subject to considerations here. We just also bring to the attention of the department in the state government some further matters that council wants considered, if that's the chosen course of action.
No. That's fine. Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Question, Councillor Sanders?
Just a note, actually, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, question?
I was just going to note the introduction of the formal groundwater management framework, including coverage of the Tamborine Mountain area. That's something that we've wanted for a long time. So I'm just noting that it's included in this, and it's something that we've been waiting for. So really happy to have this happening.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Anything further questions? Councillor Hay? Councillor Cryer, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing really further to add other than future water security and management, including supply and capacity, is essential for the scenic rim, and noting that the draft Logan water plan assists in working towards balancing water use across all the important Logan Basin area is worthy.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor Sanders to introduce item 11.6.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to actually move this report, if that's okay.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you. Today I'll introduce report 11.6, which is MCU 24/080, preliminary approval for material change of use to vary the effects of the planning scheme, variation request, in brackets, and development permit for reconfiguring a lot for 1 into 2 lots at 278 Keary Road, but as it described as lot 22 SP 301784. I'll put the following motion on the table, that 1, Council receive and note the report titled Development Application MCU 24/080, preliminary approval for material change of use to vary the effects of the planning scheme, variation request in brackets, and development permit for reconfiguring a lot for 1 into 2 lots at 278 Keary Road, but as it described as lot 22 SP 301784. 2, Council approve development application MCU 24/080 and grant a development permit for material change of use and reconfiguring a lot subject to conditions contained in section recommended conditions of approval of this report. And 3, Council note that any subsequent requests for development permits per the preliminary approval, a negotiated decision notice and or change application to the approval MCU 24/080, as well as any administrative corrections to the conditions will proceed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision. So move, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor McInnes.
Mayor, in doing that, could I just ask Councillor Sanders that she doesn't have any conflict here at all?
Thank you for the question. No, I live further along Kerry Road, but I did actually ask Councillor Chalk if he could introduce this for me. I have no connection with this. I'm not. I'm actually another, probably half a kilometre or a kilometre away from the significant intersection of Brolga Road. So no, I don't have any conflict on this one.
Okay, thank you. It's just a...
Councillor Chalk.
I'll open up to questions if there is any first, Mr. Mayor.
Questions from the floor? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair, to the officer. I note that this land is Category 3, which is land to be considered for additional residential growth by 2041, and we should be looking at Category 2 land as in the next stage. Could the officer please highlight the critical factors which are put forward to do this approval or development out of sequence, please?
Through the chair, we'll pull up some of the other factors in the report, but in the interim, the applicants identified, I suppose, a need for further land, being a developer that's to the west currently. They've identified that this forms a logical extension to their existing development and seek to have that assessed. They've provided us with the necessary documentation in support of their argument, which has been extensive, including their ability to for the networks to achieve that capacity, etc. And more broadly, see the need there. Ultimately, land that's either zoned or not zoned is up to the developers at any given point in time as to whether they wish to do something with that. We see benefits through that of the reports in that sequencing because they've got a developer on the ground now that's providing that. So that's why that's been progressed at this stage.
What's the physical distance between the sequencing out of between 2 and 3?
Through the chair, to the west, the land to the west, it's across the road, so approximately 30 metres.
So it's in situ.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question with regard to Spring Creek and stormwater runoff and the ongoing issues every time we have heavy rain. noting this is just a boundary realignment, the first step, and the development may be some time off and being completed, but does council have any plans to address the ongoing stormwater runoff issues, overland flows issues from increasing development, especially in and around Spring Creek, that lead to flash flooding around the town?
Through the chair, as I'm sure you're all aware, we've seen quite a significant residential growth in the past few years in this region, primarily in Beaudesert at the moment. It's an issue that has raised significant interest internally as to the various mechanisms that we have to manage stormwater in a way that meets community expectations, put simply. We are exploring those avenues internally at this stage around progression of our current policies on infrastructure design, for instance, and how those integrate and interrelate with adjoining land, primarily land that's on the urban fringes and looks to land on, say, rural areas. Part will be development conditioning, how we manage that. But also, I suppose, there's a variance from the existing standard of CUDM, which calls for non-worsening, and effectively adopting a formal standard. At some stage, those conversations will eventuate into a policy position that needs to be tested in this room. But at this stage, we're going through the investigation to try and identify mechanisms that we can put forward before the council to ultimately make those decisions in the future.
Councillor Hay.
Further question, noting that this is only an application for preliminary approval and there are no final or conceptual plans of the subdivision accompanying this item. The proposal is 183 lots and 195 dwellings, and I note that at page 305 the applicant was requested by council to voluntarily refer the application to SARA to allow SARA to assess the potential impacts of the application on the Telemon Street, Kreiner Road and Fadiki, is it, road intersection. So, but they did not do so. Was there any indication given, I know it's only voluntary, but was there an indication given as to why they did not want to proceed down that route, given that council has stated that it will not consider altering the timing of the Beaudesert Ring Road plans to provide improved access to this site earlier than planned?
Through the chair, there were discussions with the applicant about the, I suppose, voluntary submission to TMR. Ultimately, they were of the view that as it was not required, they wouldn't undertake that. What I've noticed in the past with some other development applications that have voluntary undertaken assessment, for instance, is that there's the inability to impose lawful conditions, so perhaps that's where their concern has arisen from. Our broader network remains a priority, as should always be the case of local government, and so we've, I suppose, put that forward to them, and that won't be missed in future applications as well. It will be part of our consideration to the extent of how much we can consider, of course.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, hang on. Councillor Moriarty.
Sorry. I'll just, you mentioned earlier the Eastern Ring Road not being progressed between the scheduled timelines. Have we got any indication of when the Eastern Ring Road might actually be planned for, when it might be delivered?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. No formal timeline in progress at this stage, councillors, so it will form part of our long-term transport planning, but there'll need to be a number of conceptual and then detailed designs before we could progress formal timelines.
Councillor Hay.
Final question, I think. On page 315, it talks about terrace housing, multiple dwelling, and the lot size is down to 150 metres square per individual dwelling. At Part C, it says that the minimum frontage requirement is not proposed within the Development Code, despite the minimum frontage width of 8 metres being specified in Amendment 8 of the planning scheme for terrace housing. So is that a conflict, or how are we going to work with that?
Through the chair, so the terrace housing lots will be provided as part of larger development lots. So currently, we can provide multiple dwellings on lots that are of a larger size, 1,200 square metres under the current planning scheme. We're looking at bringing that down to 900 square metres for this, so that multiple dwellings can be provided on smaller lots. So when we take the number of lots that can be provided on that, that gives us the 150 square metres area per dwelling provided. In relation to the frontage, I would just need to find the specific detail in the variation code, and I can come back to you on that.
You're not requiring that information today, given it's terrace housing?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'll put it, anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk?
Not much more to add. I think it's appropriate motion for this development, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item R. We're drawing upon item 11.7.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a procedural motion that this item be deferred to a ordinary council meeting at a later date, likely to be the May council meeting.
Thank you. Put it to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to item 11.8, call upon Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll introduce report 11.8, which is the Scenic Rim Olympics Sport and Recreation Advisory Committee update. I'll just progress to to moving a motion and get on the table that one, council note the Scenic Rim Olympic Sport and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting minutes for meetings held on 24th of October 2025, 20th of November 2025 and 6th of February 2026. And two, council note the activities and initiatives being undertaken by the Scenic Rim Olympic Sport and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Chalk.
Just put it up for discussion first, Mr Mayor, or questions, and then I can close.
Any questions arising from the minutes of those meetings or the activities? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I guess I'll just add a few comments that this committee has been discussing this issue for a while now, and it has given some great insight into the goings-on in this area. It's a very volatile and ever-changing space, so we're just trying to navigate that, but with the help of the committee, it is certainly an assistant in this area. The staff have been working quite hard to try to position ourselves in the right areas for the Olympics and things like that, and other ideas. So I certainly acknowledge the minutes that have been provided, and think that it's been worthwhile in undertaking. So I'll probably leave it at that for now, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Sanders to introduce item 11.9.
Thank you. I have pleasure in introducing item 11.9, the proposed issue of lease to the community organisation Beaudesert Arts and Visitor Information Centre Incorporated. I'll move straight direct to the motion that one, council resolve that the exception under section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 applies to the proposed grant of lease to Beaudesert Community Arts and Information Centre Association Incorporated for premises situated at Lease Area A, Lot 165 on SP 131520. 2 to 14 Enterprise Drive, Beaudesert, and 2, Council endorse a trustee lease on standard terms as issued by Council for Beaudesert Community Arts and Information Centre Association, Inc., expiring 31st of December 2030, and 3, Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 2571 of the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise and execute a lease agreement to Beaudesert Community Arts and Information Centre Association, Inc.
I have seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you. This is great. The previous lease, I think, was in place for over 30 years. The Visitor Information Centre and the Beaudesert Potters and anyone else who it becomes part of a member, there's around about 250 members. They do wonderful things. They're an accredited visitor information centre. They love talking to people at the Visitor Information Centre about what we do have in Scenic Rim. They're a boon to our whole area. They include Lyrebird Gallery, which features local items and local artists. Plus they have like a community centre or room where everyone gets to have their local community meetings, etc. And the Beaudesert Potters are highly professional and involve lots of people in what they do. So look, this lease is a definite for a really great group of people who deserve our support and support us, and I'm pleased to put that motion today.
Councillor Hay, do you have a question?
Oh, no.
Any questions? Anyone wishing to talk?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Cryer.
Yes, just through the chair. Could you explain the separate operational funding from the council's regional prosperity team for the visitor information?
Yes, so there's a separate funding relating to the operation of the Visitor Information Centre provided from another department of council, as you mentioned. I think that's consistent with our 5 VICs that we have in the region. We have the lease, obviously, that is for the entirety of the building, but then the VIC is funded separately through that separate agreement.
Yeah, that's very good. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Maybe a question, just the impact, and as most of the public know, the PCYC is going to be just near there, and the impact of this on the PCYC is that it seems to have I think settled down, I suppose, if I can use those words, but it's this is in no way will affect the moving forward of the PCYC.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go to the Director, please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, at the moment we are working constructively with the PCYC on design for that particular facility. At this stage, the granting of this lease agreement would have no impact on either the operation of the Visitors Information Centre or the further progression of the PCYC/Indoor Sports Centre.
Any further questions? Councillor Sanders.
I'll just wrap up if I may. Wonderful people doing wonderful things. So love the idea of providing them with more certainty into the future. That's a great thing. And again, want to thank the staff for, when there's 250 members, there's always different points of view. And I think I need to congratulate all of council staff for negotiating and getting this done. And thank you so much. And again, this is something that we should all encourage.
To the members, those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 1110.
Thank you, Chair. I introduce item 11.10, proposed issue of lease to community organisation, the Scout Association of Australia, Queensland branch. And I take the report as read. By way of background, the Tamborine Mountain Scouts was first established in 1933 and has operated intermittently over the decades, with periods of closure due to the availability of volunteer leaders. After several reformations and relocations, the group was supported by council in the 1980s, with a site at Guysman Oval where the Scout Den remained until 2021. Following the re-establishment of the group in 2016, the need for a more suitable long-term location was identified, and in June 2021 the group commenced its relocation to Hartley Road, including the transfer of the existing Scout Den building from Guysman Oval. The move enabled the continuation of scouting activities at a site better suited to ongoing community use. Previously, council had entered into an interim lease arrangement with the Tamborine Mountain Sports Association Limited over their Lease B area to facilitate the occupation of the Scout Den by the Tamborine Mountain Scout Group, including the ability for the Sports Association to sublease the area to the Scouts. And the Scouts Association also entered into a right of use agreement with Tamborine Mountain Sports Association Limited for use of the Tamborine Mountain Sports Ground. So moving on from that position, we are now looking at entering into a new freehold lease directly with the Scouts Association and not involving the Tamborine Mountain Sports Association. So I'll move now to the motion. One, council resolve that the exception under section 236(1)(b)(2) of the Local Government Regulation 2012 applies to the proposed grant of a lease to the Scout Association of Australia, Queensland Branch, Inc. for premises situated at Lease B on SP 313215, being part of Lot 1 on RP 185521 at 203 Hartley Road, Tamborine Mountain. 2, council endorse a 5-year freehold lease on standard terms as issued by council to the Scout Association of Australia, Queensland Branch, Inc. for a term commencing 1st of January 2026 and expiring 31 December 2030. And 3, council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with section 257(1) of the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise and execute a lease agreement to the Scout Association of Australia, Queensland Branch, Inc.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Any questions? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, if I could ask the officer, to me, that's a shorter lease than a number of our leases go for, being only 4 years.
5.
Yeah, 5. 1st of January, right, yeah. Almost, is that standard? Will that be standard for everyone moving forward?
Thank you, Councillor. So the standard lease term is 5 years under our policy, and that is the proposed standard for all of our community leases moving forward.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Anything further? Councillor Hay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to just like to say that the group currently has 48 youth members, 11 uniformed voluntary leaders, and a small committee, and functions to basically involve children in leadership activities and outdoor activities, and anything that gets them off a mobile device is good news to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Called upon Councillor McGuinness to introduce item 1111.
Will Mayor, the screen and my computer's being temperamental today. It seems to go fairly well. I'd like to introduce 1111, 2025, 2026 Infrastructure Capital Works Program Delivery, February 2026. Council has been chair of this, and the motion is that Council note the Infrastructure Capital Works Program update as presented. And there's quite a list there, and if there's any questions regarding that, and the acting manager is here to answer them.
I'm happy to step out.
We have a seconder to the motion, Councillor Sanders. Just in light of Councillor McGuinness' comments, I guess if the officer could give us an overview, but maybe more honing in or spending more time on the highlighted issues that have been raised, whether it's under cost investigation, scope investigation, or program investigation, and there are a number of those.
Yes. Sorry about that. Through the Chair, thank you for the question. So, in relation to the summary of the overarching capital works program, at the present point in time with the global pressures we are facing, there have been a number of issues in relating to the delivery of the program, mainly in relation to supply of a number of key products, i.e. concrete pipes, with some significant delays in receiving those or ordering them and receiving them for our timely delivery of our program, which is being pushed out by anywhere between 40 to 12 months. We're seeing a little bit of a decline in that over the recent coming weeks, but it's still caused an issue in the delivery of the program. The other issue that we've faced is with the increase in the fuel price and the tensions in the Middle East, a number of suppliers requesting increases to their pricing as per the contracts with the increase in fuel. And the big one for us is in relation to bitumen and the supply of bitumen, with a significant increase in cost there, as well as the minor increases in our quarry material with the increase in costs that there. So we've been trying to balance that to ensure delivery in there, but some projects have been delayed and still requiring further cost investigation, with some of those projects being deferred to the 26-27 financial year. In relation to the specific questions in relation to some of the cost investigations, there, one of the major in this report was as at the end of February. So some things have changed since that point in time. So one of the major projects on there was Eagle and Tennisfield, that has been sorted with works that UU have been undertaking in relation to that site to get that ready so we could do our construction work. So that's been resolved. The Beaumont Road, Beachmont Road, sorry. There are a number of issues with the second section up there, which we're working through with our designers to get the best outcome. And in some of those cases where there are issues, we'll bring those reports back to council detailing those issues to be presented and a decision made as to the constructability of those certain projects.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, to the officer, Shane, and you mentioned bitumen, given, I think 40% increase in price seems to be the common figure that it's gone. Have we considered maybe not doing some bitumen work and maybe delaying that, and doing upgrade to gravel roads or whatever it might be, or reseals, push them back 12 months. Let's hope it comes back. I don't think we're naive enough to think that it'll come back to the old price completely, but when this Middle Eastern issues are finished, surely you would expect some drop in price.
Through the Chair, thank you for the question. And to answer your question, yes, we have. So as part of the review of the program, we have pushed a lot of our reseals out to be delivered next year in conjunction with the 26-27 program of works. We just in liaising with our suppliers as to looking at what that delivery mechanism looks like going forward, trying to make sure that we're delivering the reseals in the best optimum weather conditions and time frame from that side of things. So we have considered and have actually put some of that in motion. Still doing a little bit of prep work, ready for that work to commence around end of July, August. But yeah, that is the plan at this stage.
What would that be as a percentage of the overall program in terms of dollars, which is about 78, what is it, 79 mil?
So currently we're looking at pushing around $2.5 million out for the resale program. My maths isn't quite that good.
Yeah. Councillor Sanders?
Yeah, just one question, please. Under structures and drainage total, 900207, it's the leachate management system, and I know it may not be your area, but can you tell us what the scope investigation for 200,000 is on that item?
Through Mr Mayor, the Director's best to take the question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. So this is specific to the Bromelton landfill, and I apologise, councillors, exporting from the spreadsheet cuts off some of the words there, but specifically around looking at continuing the design for the landfill expansion and the current active elements and cells in the landfill. As a requirement, we have to continue to install leachate management infrastructure, monitoring and management infrastructure as we continue to utilise the Bromelton site as an active landfill.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. To the Director or the Officer, whichever is appropriate. On page 410, the total adopted capital expenditure program is 78.9 million, and as at the 28th of February 2026, we had expended just over half of that at 40.8 million. That means we've only got 4 months left to the end of the financial year to expend 38 million. Are we likely to achieve that, given that it's only a little bit less than what we've expended in 8 months?
Through the Chair, thank you for the question. As part of the third quarter budget review, there will be some modifications, i.e. what we're talking about, the resale program, reducing that program of work. As can be seen in the report there is $32 million worth of commitments of already pre-ordered or contracted work to be delivered. So there will be some minor variations to that, but we're still planning on trying to get close to that mark between the normal council program and the QRA program.
Thank you.
No further questions. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I'll put it back to Councillor McInnes.
Thanks, Mayor.
Anything further?
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
You're right. Anything further?
No, I haven't got anything further to add. Yeah. I think the officers, acting manager has answered the questions that have come forward.
Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? Motion carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor McInnes again to introduce item 11.12.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to introduce 11.12, which is the Integrated Transport Plan. It covers a wide 8 different areas of transport, and we use, some people might think it mightn't be transport, whether it's walking or riding or what it might be. There's quite a wide variety of plans there involved, and I might, and I'll move the motion for a start off, but I'll see the director about just where the money might be coming for this. The motion that I'd like to put is that council adopt the integrated transport plan inclusive of the active transport plan, walking network plan and the road network plan to guide strategic decision making and funding for the integrated transport planning for the Scenic Rim region. I so move.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty. Did you wish to?
Yeah, I can talk on it. I think people, whether around the room here or listening in, just where this money might come forth from here, and maybe the director might speak on what grants might be available. I'm not saying it's ready to, it's not shovel ready in most cases, but I'll leave it to the director to add to it.
It might, agreed, but maybe it serves as a refresh also just to talk about this plan itself, because that's going through, this is going through another stage, just as a refresh how this all started, been out to consultation, further consultation to come, what it's about, and also how that was paid for as a budget to deliver this report. It's not a small amount of money in itself.
No, good point, Mayor.
Through the Chair, and Councillor, thank you for the question. So this piece of work has been undertaken over the last 12, 18 months. It's been a journey to try to set the strategic platform of our transport needs now and into the future. So this is will be a dynamic document that it takes into consideration the projected growth forecast of our residents and employment growth and our business growth in relation to our freight network. So background to this bit of work that Council this project formed the basis of the LGIP review to undertake the transport modelling for the Scenic Rim. As part of the program, we were lucky enough by the state government to achieve grants to undertake a walking network plans, which the state co-funded with council. So we were able to deliver two parts to get a bit of economies of scale from that point of view. The main outcome of this plan is what's presented today, is that upgrades and new roads that are required within the Scenic Rim and footpaths going into the future. As I mentioned, it is based off the growth forecast, but the model is dynamic enough that if that growth changes or changes in different areas, that we can adjust the models accordingly to show where the new needs are and amend as part of our capital works program. So a number of these projects as part of our already planning are included in our draft 10-year program, but still will have a significant total funding gap between the total requirements and what council can afford, and that's where we'd be looking for grant funding or other assistance from government agencies. As part of the program of work to deliver, we went out to the community as part of the first stage, gathering their thoughts and what their requirements were, of which a lot of the responses came back around active transport footpaths. Public transport was a big one, even though council doesn't have a direct control of that, but mentioned within the report, and that safety on the road network. So that information was taken, plugged in with the respective forecast modelling of our transport needs, which was assisted with from Main Roads modelling tool of where those movements are, and come up with where those key crunch points are within the network and where upgrades were needed or new connections there, and the outcomes are presented from there. Once that report was a draft format, we brought it back to council and then went back out to the broader community for further consultation, and then presented the final report back to council today.
Thank you. Mr. Rupert, did you wish to add anything further?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just say to address the question from our infrastructure portfolio councillor, that having in adopting an integrated transport plan, council will be in effect putting into play a very strategic body of work that will set a conceptual level of planning to lead to identifying what would be game-changing or region-making pieces of transport infrastructure right across the LGA. That body of work in and of itself will help set a very strong paradigm to advocate and a basis to apply for grant funding if and when available. Without having the plans readily available, without having the strategy, council is effectively just trying to bob for apples, to use an analogy, in terms of very specific streams of grant funding. By having an adopted position and having those conceptual plans in place, it gives us a much stronger platform to apply for and achieve funding gaps that were referred to by our acting manager, that the ratepayers of the region just simply won't be able to fill. It's well beyond the capacity and capability of a local government, and nor is it largely wholly our responsibility, but sits at multiple levels of government, and in some cases also allowing qualification and quantification of the contributions from private sector, including developers and the development industry.
Thank you. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Director and the Manager for the update. It's a question, but if I just start by saying, as I read through the plan, and there's many 1,500 pages or something, so I have to confess I did skim through some, but the issue is, my sense was, reading through it, it's already somewhat almost out of date, given that it's taken a period of time to undertake the whole process and all of those things. So my question is to the fact, I mean, you don't have to go too far, drive on too many roads, walk around, look at the population growth, look at the increased traffic. The need for some of this infrastructure that's been identified is going to be much sooner than a 10-year plan or whatever. So my question is, if either of you have any thoughts, and I know, Director, you've just mentioned a strategic piece of work which will identify and prioritise things, which is excellent and much needed, but, you know, what are the shorter term prospects of getting some of the infrastructure that we need up and running before we get to a stage of, you know, chaos, I suppose, for want of a better term?
Can I ask you to put that question into context, Councillor? You're referring to, because a lot of us refer to an infrastructure deficit in this region for like 30 years. So are we talking about state infrastructure? Are we talking about trunk infrastructure controlled by council, or overall infrastructure for council?
Well, it'd be a combination of all, Chair, and obviously we can only control what we can control, which is the local infrastructure that council is responsible for, and we can't really control the state, but there's obviously going to be a lot of advocacy work at all levels of government to try and get the funding to build the infrastructure we need for the region.
Mr. Rupre.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, look, yes, in a growing region, and I think this can be said for any fast-growing LGA, an adoption of any plan or strategic body of work will be fighting against the pace of growth. And as new growth happens and emerging issues come out of the ground, our plans will need to be updated. And I will ask the acting manager just to comment, I guess, on the evolution and the flexible nature of this document into the future, which I believe it's sort of designed to be. I'd probably make the point that we're in a position at the moment that without the strategic position, we're going to be reacting to issues that are coming out of that growth. And that's probably largely what you're seeing, and where the comment's coming from is, at the moment we're seeing things are happening that we have been unable to address, and so we're reacting to those traffic issues, those parking issues, those active transport issues. This will be one step towards us being able to be proactive in addressing those issues, either before or in line with the level of growth in the LGA, as opposed to waiting for the growth in the issues and then trying to address them reactively. It's not a perfect situation. There is no sort of silver bullet here, but I do agree, and I'll ask the acting manager to comment on this in a bit further, that these plans do need to be liquid enough in nature that they are updated, reviewed and updated routinely to account for emerging issues.
Thank you. I agree exactly what you said from that point of view. As part of our annual budget process, we'll review the timing and delivery of that. We'll utilise updated traffic count data, which is a trigger for a lot of the upgrades to these road networks, as well as the intersections upgrades as well. So monitoring that with our respective data that we collect and plug that in to try to accelerate or decelerate where needed.
Thank you for that response, and that's what I'm hoping for. So, thank you.
Councillor McGuinness? Anyone else while Councillor recovers? Councillor Cryer?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's an incredible body of work, and I don't want to pick anything apart, but it was mentioned in the previous briefing session. I mentioned that in 6.6 local towns and villages, there was a statement there, local towns including Beaudesert, Boona, Canungra, Tamborine Mountain and Tamborine will experience increased traffic. So I'm just talking specifically about Tamborine, and I wondered if there was going to be brought forward a transport improvement map, because there wasn't one included. So I just wanted, is there any more information on that, or is that future?
Through the Chair, thank you for your question. Yes, we'll look at updating that, but within the road network plan itself, I think about page 153 is that commencement of the Tamborine area. So details within the road network plan, but I'll look at updating that map as part of the summary document that we put on the web page.
Okay, thank you, that sounds good.
Councillor McInnes.
Thank you. My question is to the Director that oversees planning, and given the feedback that we've got here, what scope is there for future, trying to get some money out of developers, I suppose, for all, whether they be walkways, whether they be cycleways or whatever, and both of you might like to ask here, but it's an area that I know we've tried in the past, and some aren't over keen, but it is something that's really necessary, I think.
Through you, Mayor, I might actually take this, given that the LGIP, or the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, sits within the Infrastructure Services Directorate. So it is a body of strategic planning work, and it does link directly to growth planning and development councillors. But effectively, that is the role of the LGIP. Having an adopted strategic and conceptual position will allow us to incorporate elements into the LGIP, which we are currently fortuitously also reviewing at this point in time, and we'll come back to council in due course. That will set, and we have the ability, council has the ability in that sense to set formal contributions for specific pieces of infrastructure where there is a nexus between the development, the growth, the impact, and that particular body of infrastructure work. Otherwise, we could always rely on the benevolent nature of developers for other contributions as part of infrastructure agreements.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes, would you like to sum up?
No, there's been some good questions there, I think, Chair, and I think it's covered fairly well.
Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 11.13.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.13, the unaudited monthly financial report for March 2026, and I take the report as read. I think the most relevant point in the report is in the background, in which it states that there remains growing uncertainty of the impacts associated with fuel pricing and the impact on council operations, which is being monitored, and it's likely that the impacts will continue to see the deficit operating budget position not improve. I'd like to call on the relevant director to just briefly run through the highlights of the report, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hay.
You're presenting the report. Do you want to present your motion now, or are you going to present your motion later?
Oh, now will do.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. The motion is that council receive the unaudited monthly financial report for March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Moriarty. Referring back to that summary of the question, summarising the report from the officer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hay. In response to the comment that's in the background of the report there, we do continue to monitor the operations of council and the impact of fuel pretty much on a daily and weekly basis. We have invested some time in understanding what those impacts might be on existing contractual arrangements that we have in place, particularly as the majority of our work around civil construction involves the use of fuel and bitumen and other things related to oil pricing. We continue to monitor that on a monthly basis. From a supply arrangement, the operations continue, but we also look to minimise those impacts on operations by understanding what the cost impacts are into the budget. I'll use that as a platform to talk more broadly about the contents of the report, and then happy to take further questions from there. The operating position at the moment does show an operating surplus of $23 million. I will point out to councillors that that does include some timing of grants. There is in fact an underlying deficit position inside the budget, which is at this stage about $3.5 million. That has been influenced by some of those changes just reflected in terms of materials and supply costs, but it's also been impacted by other aspects of the budget. So we work towards the financial year end whilst we see an operating position, acknowledging that if the budget continues to track as planned, we may well go into the deficit position, and that's only forecast at this point in time. What we have been doing some work on as well is in relation to Budget Review 3 and understanding what changes and impacts might come forward through that. The spend on materials and services, if I refer to page 425 of the agenda papers, the statement of financial performance and position there does show from an operating level the actual payments for wages and materials and services are generally on track. In the materials and services line, I will note there's a revised budget of $59.8 million there, noting that the current spend is 34.7 at the end of March for these statements as they relate. We'll continue to monitor how that position sits in relation to the overall performance and manage that as best we can, whilst not wanting to stop delivering services to the community. If I take the operating position there as now commented upon, I might draw on a comment made by Councillor Hay in the capital expenditure report just delivered by Infrastructure Services. In relation to that spend, you'll note the capital expenditure statement that is presented on page 430 of the accounts. It does show the year-to-date spend at the end of March at $49 million, so it has grown through that period, more incrementally. And to note, there's still commitments there of $30.8 million, so the budget is on track, noting what the acting manager said, that there may well be some deferrals at this point in time. We often see that the expenditure around a number of our capital programs is skewed to the back end of the financial year. That's about when the work gets done, but it's also about some of the high value work gets done towards the end of that time as well. So the timing of works will continue to be monitored. In relation to some of the other information provided within the report, we are continuing to work on our outstanding rates and charges balances. Council is aware that we have commenced the sale of land action on a number of properties, and we do continue to work with an external collection agent on unpaid and long outstanding rates and charges, seeking from the community members really that opportunity to engage in a repayment plan that will see those debts reduce over time. There is some success at that, but we continue to, I suppose, put some energy into that to try and make sure that we do reduce that value of arrears over time. I'm happy to take the balance of the report as read, Mr Chair, and take any questions council may have.
Thank you. One quick question. If you materials and services are $2 million or 6.4% higher, and you're talking about lower internal plant recoveries, I'm just trying to understand that relationship. What you're saying is there that we're spending more on materials and services for road maintenance, yet we're not getting the returns because we're actually doing less time on plant. Can you extrapolate that for us?
I probably wasn't drawing that expenditure analogy just directly at roads, Mr Chair. That was probably about the spend of the operations across the organisation. The point you raise around plant hire is valid. The under recovery of the plant hire is something that we're currently looking at. Part of that may be an accounting treatment for how that's displayed, but there's also been a recognition of particularly works that have happened in the past around reconstruction activities that may need some journal adjustments to be made, and they're just being investigated at this point in time. What we are trying to look at more holistically is how we are managing and utilising our own fleet and how we continue to use and supplement that work with external plant hire, trying to make sure that we are getting best value for money and that we are able to identify where efficiencies can continue to be understood and implemented in terms of our work practices as a more general statement to respond, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay, would you like to sum up?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.14.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.14, request to undertake rateable land annual valuation effective the 30th of June 2027. Take the report as read. I'd like to move to the motion that Council respond to the Valuer General, Department of Natural Resources and Mines, Manufacturing and Regional and Rural Development, endorsing the State Valuation Service proposal to undertake the annual valuation of rateable land for the Scenic Rim region effective 30th of June 2027.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Hay. Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. As per the Land Valuation Act of 2010, Council has received advice dated the 15th April 2026 from the Valuer General seeking endorsement of a proposal to undertake an annual valuation of rateable land in the Scenic Rim, which will ultimately be effective from the 30th of June 2027. The last annual valuation was undertaken in October 2024 for the 2025 year. This period of time saw notable fluctuations in values throughout the region. For the 2026 period, the State Valuation Service is currently considering a range of factors, including the timing of the last valuation, any extreme weather events that occurred over the last year, and property market movements. The importance of having accurate and up-to-date land valuations is crucial in that they provide a guide to landowners on the unimproved or site valuation of their rateable properties. As well, it also assists local governments to calculate fair and equitable annual rates across local government areas. Conducting a rateable land valuation for the Scenic Rim region therefore allows for proper reflection of fluctuations in values, creating a distinct identified benefit in preparation for the development of the 2027 to 2028 financial year budget. Also, as council is billed regardless of whether the full revaluations are undertaken or not, a proposed amount of $235,580 has subsequently been allocated in the 2026-2027 budget for maintenance of the valuation role, including revaluations. There is also a requirement for council to respond to this proposal by the Friday, the 15th of May 2026, and endorsement of the State Valuation Service proposal allows this to happen.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions arising around the valuation motion? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor?
No, I don't want
do you
to
have
talk against it. I just wanted to ask through the chair to the director if he had anything further to add on the rateable land valuation that affects the council.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Through you, Mr Mayor, a couple of points to note. Councillors, I will note there is an omission in that report header that talks about the recommendation that was made for the 2025-26 year. That is missing in the report. It simply mirrors the request that is in front of us at the moment. But the point to note realistically is that with the continued growth of the property sales and transfers in the region, there is a reasonable need and demand for it in our local government area. The State Valuation Service only has limited resources, so of the 77 councils that exist in Queensland, only in the order of about 12 to 15 make that list each year. So our request will be supported by the fact that there is a need for the growth and the changes in the region and the valuations. And just to further clarify the point made by Councillor Cryer, Council is statutory obliged to pay the fees in relation to the valuation role of the $235,000, whether or not a valuation is performed. So it would be nice to see some return for that valuation by getting more current data to allow us to rate more accurately for the forward budget years. That's just a point of clarity. Thank you, Chair and Councillor Cryer.
Thank you.
Councillor Cryer, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to make a comment that undertaking a full revaluation provides the benefits of knowledge and guidance for future planning to both council and landowners.
Thank you, Councillor. I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now I'll call upon a member to go into closed.
What we do, Mr Mayor, just a
Do you
question.
want to raise your...
Yeah, I'll raise my conflict, but should I stay in the room to do 12.1 and then just leave the room while we're in confidential, or is that not the right thing to do? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my conflict relates to item 12.2, where I will leave the room and will not have any discussion or further discussions in relation to the item for land acquisitions. I will stay in the room for item 12.1 during confidential. Because the reason I have a conflict of interest is because I'm a landowner and I'm included in the land acquisitions relating to Kerry Road.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I now have a motion on the floor to go into closed? From one of the members, Councillor Moriarty.
Yes, that's it.
Can I just renege on that? That in accordance with Council Standing Orders for Council Meetings Policy and the provisions of Section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council closed the meeting to public to discuss confidential items as above. 12.1 Scenic Rim Planning Scheme Draft Amendment Number 6 SIR-IR Response and Draft Amendment Number 10 Planning Scheme Policy closed. S254J31, is it? Or an I? Aye. 12.2 land acquisitions for capital works project, but as it closed, section 254J3H and I. 12.3 late item gallery walk stage 1.
Just H.
Just H on its own.
Oh, I apologise. 12.2 land acquisitions for capital works project, but as it closed, S254J3H. 12.3 late item gallery walk stage 1 off-street car parking project update, closed S254J3G. 12.4 late item Tambury Mountain Sports Association request for funding, closed S2543E and F, as discussions will be held about planning scheme draft amendments, proposed land acquisitions, an update on the Gallery Walk car parking project, and a request for funding from the Tambury Mountain Sports Association.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Sanders. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. And we will look to return on the half hour. Return at 1:30. Thank you and welcome back, councillors and the gallery. Would you, could we please have a member from the floor to bring us back into open? Councillor McInnes.
Yeah, I'll move that we go back into open.
On screen, councillor.
On what you're pointing. Following the discussion in open session, council resume. No, where's the wording? Yeah, I believe move that we go back to open session. You've got it covered, Chair.
Your glasses on.
Would you like to?
The proposal resolution too.
Look, I might just propose the following discussion in closed session, council resumed in open session for the proposal of the resolutions. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Moriarty. Those in favour? Motion carried. Thank you.
It's not a motion.
Could we then turn to Councillor Moriarty to introduce item 12.1? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 12.1, Scenic Rim Planning Scheme Draft Amendment Number 6, SIR-IR Response, and Draft Amendment Number 10, Planning Scheme Policy Closed, S254J3I. I'll take the report as read and move the motion as follows: that Council endorse the attached Scenic Rim Planning Scheme Draft Amendment Number 6, Attachments 1 to 3B, which responds to the State Government's informal information request. 2, Council request approval from the Minister for State Development, Infrastructure and Planning to undertake public consultation on the Draft Amendment Number 6 package following the State Interest Review in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act 2016 and Chapter 2, Part 4 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules. And 3, Council endorse the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme Draft Amendment Number 10 and undertake public consultation on it alongside Draft Amendment Number 6.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Hay. I put it to the members in favour of the motion. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor McGuinness to introduce item 12.2.
And before he does, I just wanted to put it on record that I'm leaving the room and will have no, will not include in the discussion.
Thanks, Mayor. 12.2, land acquisition for capital works project for Desert Close 254 SJ, is it? SH.
J.
I'll get next to the mic. Recommendation.
It's a motion.
The motion is that 1, Council note the content of this report, which identifies the need to acquire land for road purposes over part of the properties identified in this report and will facilitate the upgrade of Kerry Road by Desert. 2, Council officers negotiate with the owners of the properties as identified within this report to acquire the parts of the properties by agreement, and if negotiations are successful, enter into a contract to purchase on terms satisfactory to the Chief Executive Officer. 3, if the acquisition of property by agreement is unsuccessful, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 2571 of the Local Government Act 2009 to exercise its power to compulsory acquire the subject land by issuing a notice of intent to resume under Section 7 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1967. 4, it is noted by Council that relevant authorised officers will undertake activities under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967, including hearing objections under Section 8, and if no objections to the NIR are received, to decide whether to make an application to the Minister to take the property under Section 9 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1967. 5, if there is an objection to the notice of intent to resume, the report on the objections will be presented to Council for it to make a decision about whether the notice of intention to resume should be amended or whether Council should discontinue the resumption or make application to the Minister to take the property under Section 9 of the Acquisition Land Act 1967. And 6, all reasonable costs of survey, valuation fees, legal costs, registration, stamp duty and all other fees associated with the acquisition of the properties as identified in this report be at council's expense.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Chalk. Put it to the floor. Those in favour of the motion? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Going to offer the councillor opportunity to read the motion.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's no change. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor McGuinness, could I call upon you to introduce item 12.3?
Thanks, Mayor. 4.3 late item, Gallery Walk Stage 1 off-street car parking project update, closed S254J3G. Recommendation, the motion being that council note the Gallery Walk Stage 1 off-street car parking project update.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Chalk, those in favour? Motion carried. Councillor Hay, item 12.4.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll introduce item 12.4, which was a late item. Tamborine Mountain Sports Association request for funding, which was closed under section 254J, 3, E and F. Now I'll move straight to the motion that 1, Council approve a one-off financial contribution of $30,000 to Tamborine Mountain Sports Association Limited to support short-term operational continuity of the Tamborine Mountain Sports Complex in lieu of Council taking over the grounds maintenance at a significantly greater cost. And 2, Council agree to the financial assistance request as a one-off payment in line with Clause 9 of the lease agreement dated 3 September 2009 pursuant to Council's ex gratia payments policy.
Thank you, Councillor. Second to the motion, Councillor Moriarty. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? Carried. Thank you, councillors, and thank you to the audience today. That now brings the ordinary meeting to a conclusion, and I will now officially close the meeting at 1:12 p.m. Thank you very much.